beats fast, colors and promises. How to be brave? How can I love when I'm afraid to fall? But watching you stand alone, all of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you.
Talk of your experience. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
I have loved you for
Voice out how you're doing. Thank you as well for being here.
I love you for 1,000.
I love you guys. Yeah. I know that you know already, but can I remind you that the devil is a liar.
Still, beauty in all she is. I will be brave. I will not let any.
Yes, he is.
Take away what's standing in front of me. Every breath, every hour has come to this.
And this is a freestyle type of live stream. So I'm going to be talking about some things that's on my mind. I'm going to be talking about whatever other topics may come up.
Waiting for you, darling, don't.
So you guys just stay tuned.
I have loved you for 1,000 years.
Bless my twin, how you doing? Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have your presence as usual. Thank you.
And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. One step closer. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I've loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more.
If you guys could kindly share this for me, I'd greatly appreciate that, yeah? And once again, I'm just going to be freestyling here. Whatever goes, goes. So how you guys doing this afternoon, this morning, this evening? How you guys doing?
The kind of love that lasts forever. And I want you here with me. From tonight until the end of
You know,
you should know.
just this past Tuesday, I was sitting down having lunch with someone,
In my heart, in my soul, baby, you're the meaning,
and she told me
you're the inspiration,
that the enemy does not like what I'm doing,
you're the inspiration.
and that I must be aware because the leader of the enemies have sent out his minions per se, and I need to expect attacks that will want to hinder me. I didn't really know what she was talking about
I know that's plain to see. So in love
until
with
this morning when I woke up.
you, and I know
And she's not a prophet.
you're with me.
She is a singer, entertainer, whatever, but she's not a prophet.
You should know everywhere,
God Budima.
always on my mind, in my heart and in my soul. Baby, you're the meaning in my life. You're the inspiration. You bring feeling to my life. You're the
And Bless is saying, bro, your crush left you in love.
say it. No one
Bro, you are mesmerizing. But it's the truth. She said something to me and I didn't really know what she was speaking of. I didn't really know how to take it. I was thinking more in life or whatever.
I wanted to hear me say it. No one needs you more than I need you. You're the meaning in my life.
You know,
The inspiration. You bring feeling to.
just
You're the inspiration.
what was it?
Till
2, 3 weeks ago?
when you love somebody, always on my
They decided to demonetize me
mind. When you love somebody,
for reusing my own content.
when you love somebody, always on
And now, just a few weeks later,
when you love somebody,
after I've been doing the same thing I've always been doing for, what, 3 years maybe? Only I believe I went against the grain. So maybe it's not even my enemies and I'm mistaken. Maybe it's God Himself. Or maybe it's just me not following guidelines, or who knows.
look into my eyes. You
But just this morning I wake and I find out that I
mean to
have a copyright strike.
search your heart. Search
I'm used to the copyright claims. That doesn't move me, budge me, fear me,
you.
because I've done my research about copyright claims and I've done my research about copyright strikes.
Oh,
Copyright strike,
you can't
we
tell
don't want
it's not
nor need.
dying for.
And no, it's not my first.
Everything
I've received so many throughout the years of being here on YouTube. But
look into your heart.
it's my first in a very long time.
There's nothing left to hide. Take me as I am. Take my life. I would give it all. I would sacrifice. Don't tell me it's not
So yes,
for.
YouTube has done their
It's nothing I won't
investigating or whatever it is they had to do or whatever. And they decided that they're going to strike me, give me a copyright strike on the live stream that I did last night, where I was playing some Christmas music for you guys. Nothing slack, nothing disrespectful, nothing rude, nothing out of the ordinary. All the way, yeah. But I got the copyright strike for it. So my spirit is troubled slightly. They didn't even plan to come live with this one, but it is what it is. I actually did not plan to come live until Thanksgiving. You can't tell me it's not worth trying for. I can't help it. There's nothing I want more. Yeah, I would fight for you. I'd lie for you. Walk the wild for you. I would die for you. You know it's true. Everything I do. Oh, I do it for you. Monia and Dory, how you doing? How you doing, Monia?
It's good to see you. You've been gone for so long.
Oh, it is what it is, twin. It is what it is. After I realized that I decided to come here on Raw Chattings, and I said I was gonna vent, and I was gonna, vent and just whatever. But right before I hit the start button, which was a few hours ago, I noticed that God's Child was going live. I got a notification right when I was about to hit the start. And I said, no. Before I even start this, let me go over there and say hello, show my face, and then, do my live. Can I say I thank God for God's Child?
Now it's over. Wasn't much we could do. We might have made it last if we started out with you. I know now we were part of a plan. We started breaking rules even you could never make. Hello, love. Where you been? I tried to start without you, but I lost you in the wind. Hello, love. Come on. I sure could use a friend to tell me how to start again. It's good to see you. You've been gone for so long. You with the sad eyes. Don't be discouraged, though I realize it's hard to take courage In a world full of people, you can lose sight of it all, and the darkness inside you makes you feel so small. But I see a true color shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors.
Okay, I'm back.
Colors are beautiful.
And you're welcome, Monia. You're welcome.
Show me a smile and don't be unhappy. Can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all you can bear, you call me up, 'cause you know I'll be there. And I'll see your true colors shining through. I'll see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show. Your true colors are beautiful. You shout it loud, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much. I'm criticized, all your bullets ricochet. You shoot me down, but I get up. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, fire away. Ricochet, you take your aim. Fire away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Cut me down, but it's you who have further to fall. Ghost town and haunted love. Raise your voice. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Talking loud, not saying much. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away.
Just give me a moment and I'll be right back with you guys. I promise you guys conversation, yeah?
Fire away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. I found love for me. Darling, just dive right in. Follow my lead. Well, I I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. Darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you loved a mess, I whispered underneath my breath, but you heard it. Darling, you look perfect tonight. Well, I found a woman stronger than anyone I know. She shares my dreams, I hope that someday I'll share her home. I found a love to carry more than just my secrets, to carry love, to carry children of our own. We are still kids, but we're so in love, fighting against all odds. I know we'll be alright this time. Darling, just hold my hand, be my girl, I'll be your man. I see my future in your eyes. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When I saw you in that dress, looking so beautiful, I don't deserve it. Darling, you look perfect tonight.
Some boy do some YouTube, some boy do some YouTube, some boy do some YouTube, sitting them shaky, them nervous.
Listening to our favorite song, I have faith in what I see. Now I know I have met an angel in person. She went virgin. I know that you are perfect tonight. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh,
Yeah! If I made a voice, you know, see a chosen I represent for my brother. Servant David. Servant David. God love you, winner. Fix up your face, him love you, winner. Hey, nobody worry, no. When you can pray. If I made a voice.
I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly.
I say no, see a chosen I represent for servant David. God bless.
Why she had to go, I don't know, she wouldn't say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why she had to go, I don't know, she wouldn't say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Beauty queen of only 18, she had some trouble with herself. He was always there to help her, she always belonged to someone else. I drove for miles and miles to wind up at your door. I've had you so many times, but somehow I want more. And I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with the broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will be loved, and she will be loved now. Tap on my window, knock on my door. I wanna make you feel beautiful. I know I tend to get so insecure. Doesn't matter anymore. It's not always rainbows, butterflies. It's compromising moves us along. Yeah, my heart is full and my door's always open. Come anytime you want now. Yeah, and I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. And all, yeah, look for the girl with the broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will be loved, and she will be loved, and she will be loved, and she will be loved. Oh, I know where you hide, alone in your car. Know all of the things that make you who you are now. I know that goodbye means nothing at all. Comes back and makes me, yeah, catch you every time she falls. Yeah. Tap on my window, knock on my door. I wanna make you feel beautiful. And I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. And all, yeah, look for the girl with the broken smile, and ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will loved, and she will be loved, and she will be loved, and she will be Hey, yeah. Just please don't try so hard to say goodbye. Please don't try so hard to say goodbye. It's so hard to say goodbye. Please don't try so hard to say goodbye. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to save me. This all or nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to heal, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. This all or nothing way of loving got me sleeping without you. I need somebody to know, somebody to heal, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you helped me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. And I tend to close my eyes when it hurts sometimes. I fall into your arms. I'll be safe in your sound till I come back around. For now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love, but now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. What would I do without your smart mouth? Draw me in, you kicking me out. You've got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connected.
I just Christ in my days, yeah. Yeah, God. Servant David. We're nothing without God. Without God, the thing tough, tough.
What am I doing? What am I trying? They can't stop me from surviving. What am I saying? What am I saying? They can't get me out of the way now. Cause when they put me down, God pick me up and they put me on a rock to stand. Yeah. So keep talking, so keep talking. He's holding my hand. Hypocritical people. Let me be more by your eyes. Let me by your eyes. Hypocritical people. Let me be more by your eyes. Hypocritical people. Let me be more by your eyes. Hypocritical people. Let me be more by your eyes. You put on false appearance in front of my face, but when you stand about a big disgrace, you act like you're my friend, but because it's about any what I'm having, you might try to block my fame. If you see me standing by the way, stop and say you're going the wrong way. Then let my God and then you start to laugh. That's not godliness. Hypocritical people. Let me go by your eyes. 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 You see me, you show me brought some man, show me shine teeth when you didn't mean it. When they do what I have, put it in the daughter right, and they give me for some man. For physical attitude, can't enter the kingdom of heaven, no. Judge me not unless you be judged. No one is perfect, we all make mistakes. Physical people. Let me be what I your eyes. We all make mistakes. Physical people. Let me be what I your eyes. Physical people. Let me be what I your eyes.
Some boy do some YouTube sitting them shaky, them nervous.
What am I trying? They can't stop me from surviving. What am I saying? What am I saying? They can't get me out of the way. Cause when they put me down, God pick me up and then put me on a rock to stand. Yeah. So keep talking, so keep talking.
He's holding my hand.
They call people.
Taking me more tired. Hypocritical people.
Let the people tell you
Let the people tell you Let the people tell you Daniel Berry Sports, how you doing? Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have your presence. Thank you so much for being here.
You're my friend, but the gossip about any walk of poverty, my try to block my fame. If you see me standing by the way,
Stop and say you're going the wrong way.
and then you start to laugh.
That's not godliness. Hypocritical people. You guys know any hypocritical people in your life? They say one thing, but then they behave another way, or they say one thing, but then they do something different. What's your experience with hypocritical people? What's your experience with hypocritical people? And now that could include friends, family, boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives, cousins and aunts, bosses, co-workers, hypocritical people. Have you ever crossed paths with any of them before? Let's talk about that for a moment, eh? Freestyle live stream, you say.
You put on false appearance in front of my face, but when you come back, my big disgrace. You act like you're my friend, but the gossip never end. You walk up and do my traffic, drop my thing. You see me falling by the way.
Stop and say you're going the wrong way.
And then you start to laugh. That's not godliness.
Hypocritical people. Hypocritical people. Let the people tell you. Let the people tell you. Hypocritical people. So how you guys doing this evening, huh? How you guys doing this afternoon? How you guys doing this afternoon? Servant David, trust me.
Sometimes I pretend like I'm real cool.
And my twin is saying, Servant David, trust me, that is one of my very weak areas. My tolerant level is very, very low with this topic. I feel you. I feel you. But let's just talk about it just for a little teeny bit. Because we got so much more to talk about. Got so much more to talk about. So let's talk about that. Hypocritical people.
My life is music. When I hit that mic, I can't control.
What's your experience?
Through my soul, when my mind's in overload for so long.
What's your experience?
I mean, my heart was froze.
You know, sometimes people
But how the fuck
are so hypocritical that it's to a point where
distance from me and my goals? I was so bitter, feeling like I was the run of the litter. But
sometimes it's not that what you're saying
they don't want to be eaten, but then they
is not good
kitchen, I ain't
or productive.
here for dessert. They trying to wipe the
It's not that what you're doing
get my soul
is not good, is not productive.
We see from the same height on the same earth, walk the same ground through the same dirt, live the same love and the same hurt, cause I'm still woke. But my dreams keep teasing me. They ask when I'm gonna blow up, but
I think that the problem is that it's not them that's doing it.
I pretend like I'm real close. Sometimes, just sometimes, I have to put my life on hold. Sometimes, just sometimes,
Keeping it low.
dream
Raw chat.
because I'm still around.
I'm still woke.
I'm still around.
And my twin says, I'm praying earnestly for God to help me. I don't know how to deal with them, so I just
I'm still,
be the avoiding turtle.
yeah.
still woke, screaming what the hell I gotta do, where the hell I gotta take it just to get it through to you. Switching states, constant moves.
I like that.
But it's not what I wanted to do. Remember talking about the top, talking how we make it, earthquaking when we hit the ground till the day we make it. Kept it concentrated while they watered down, that's why they hate it. Till I make it.
Oh boy.
Neo in the matrix, struggle rapping not by choice, but where I'm at I should rejoice. Rolling through the city with the crew, screaming we them boys. We up next like we with Khaled, called it feeling.
I like that.
Girls want me signing theirs by getting weight up off my chest. Cause God and I may disagree, but these days I've been feeling blessed. Pretty crazy how this life is mine.
So, again, hypocritical people come in many shapes, many forms, many races.
Hey, feeling fresh.
Many ways.
Shorty wearing a cocktail dress. Yeah,
Bro, don't laugh at me. I struggle very much in this area. I'm not laughing at you. I'm not laughing at you. It's just, it's funny with the terminology that you chose to use of like an avoiding turtle.
My sweat, tripping to another country. I can't even pronounce. I'm packing much more than I'm allowed.
I can imagine.
Get more, yeah,
I can imagine.
collect them all. I won't stop till I get them all. Capture the memories. What happens was what was meant to
But
be.
yes,
Save that.
hypocritical
Save that
people
pic on my phone. Save that
are some
phone.
of the type of people
What happens was what was
that
meant
no matter what we say,
to be. Save
no matter what we do,
A1.
they will be around.
Their climate never
There will be hypocritical people.
boys cause we got life.
There will be people who will
Pedal to the
smile in your face,
I forgot them cause I left them back.
and behind your back, they're talking crap about you.
Embrace what it is, yeah, we bow.
Sometimes making up stories
That
or adding on to stories
as we
and twisting them a little bit.
no food had to hibernate, now I never sleep cause I like that taste.
And then when you see them, hey, how you doing? How you doing? Hey,
Peace was what was meant to be. Save that pic on my phone.
hey, how you doing?
On my phone. Capture the
Oh,
memories.
yeah.
What happens was what was
Oh, yeah.
meant to be. Save that
If you think I'm lying, ask somebody.
pic on my
I bet they know someone who even knows someone who knows someone who knew someone
go
who
someplace.
knows about what I'm talking about.
We go somewhere foreign. We
So at the end of the day,
we go
it's raw truth and raw chat.
here, enjoy it by the pool. Capture the memories. What happens was what was meant to be.
So true.
Save that pic on my phone.
They will laugh in your face.
Capture the memories.
They will.
What was meant to be. Save that pic on my
Why?
Save that one pic on my phone. I ain't gotta say, I ain't gotta talk. I ain't gotta say, I ain't gotta talk. I ain't gotta say,
Sometimes I wonder.
I ain't gotta say none. I ain't gotta talk. I ain't gotta say,
Sometimes I wonder.
I ain't gotta.
Sometimes I just have to wonder. I just gotta wonder, why is it that people are like that? Why is it like that? I mean, hold on, give me a moment. Yeah, yeah. So why? I mean, I really don't get why it's like that. But no matter what I do, no matter what I say, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, hypocritical people will forever be there. Just like the haters, just like the naysayers. But to be quite frank, I also think that, oh wow, oh wow, I think I'm just going to be here for a few more moments and then I'm going to end. So I'll be here for about another maybe 30 minutes or so. And then I'm going to go over to my sister's live, Bless. I just got a notification saying that she's going live in 30 minutes. So in 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are here, whether you have Bless or not, which I know those few who are here, you should have her by now, and you probably got the notification as well. Feel free, and Bless, you are a moderator, so you can feel free to drop your, I'm sorry, excuse me, drop your live stream here. I can only highlight it. I won't be able to pin it from here. No, bro, keep going, keep going, keep going. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. But the moment that you are going to start, just let me know, and I will end and head on over there. Because as I said, I did not plan to be here today at all. Not even on next door, and I just didn't plan on it. I didn't plan on it. But as I said, nothing, nothing ever happens before it's time or that is not supposed to happen. Nothing. You don't have to believe that. You don't have to believe what I believe. I can only tell you what I believe. I can only tell you what I believe to be the truth, as much as I know it being the truth, and that is the truth. But yes, back to the hypocritical people, and then I'm going to change the subject a little bit, unless you guys have a topic that you want to talk about. Hypocritical people, I'm telling you, will forever be around us. Haters will forever be around us. Naysayers, those people who they don't really like you, they don't have any reason not to, but they don't really like you. But because maybe you get more attention from others than they do, they want to join the crowd. They want to stick around you so that they can get that attention or piece of their attention because they're with you. Be careful of those type of people. Be careful of those type of people who will seem to be the nicest person in the world. You may say, oh my gosh, my spirit takes them. Woo-hoo. And they may seem like, just like, and even smell like, or look like an actual good person, but they're sent by the enemy to get information about you that your enemy is having a hard time getting. Be careful. Be careful. Nothing in particular happened to me with that subject like right now. So I'm not specifically talking about, anyone, but these are true things. But the only thing that really did happen that kind of upset me, that led me to want to come over here and do a live stream and vent a little bit, was the fact that, it's just ironic. I've been here on YouTube. You know what? It's just ironic that I've been here on YouTube, and yes, I've done some things that others may have done and they got penalties for it or whatever, but maybe because they went about it the wrong way or a different way. So what I'm trying to say is I've been here 2013, something like that. 2013, 2014, somewhere around there. Didn't really get serious about it until around 2019, after my diagnosis. And or after the diagnosis that they gave me. Let me change that quickly. The diagnosis they gave me. I'm not claiming that crap. And throughout the journey, I mean, from 2019 up until 2021 or two or something like that, I got monetized. It wasn't until 21, 22 that I did get monetized. And I've gotten so much penalty, went against so many penalties. So I've been punished before from YT for many different things in the past. I mean, I've gotten about, I don't know how many strikes and whatever, but I just keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going. But never in my life would I even think. I've read the guidelines. I know better. I know what is what. So I don't understand this. But how, out of nowhere, I'm demonetized because of reusing my own content. See if it was someone else's, but it was mine. Even if it was someone else's, demonetize me, at least, I don't know. But that's their way, that's their rule. This is their platform. And I'm gratefully grateful for it. And then, just a few weeks later, today, you give me a copyright strike. I've been playing music. Voice out. How long, approximately, not exactly, but approximately how long have you been coming here? Not here, but over there, next door. Approximately how long have you been going over next door? You know what I'm saying. Each and every one of you, approximately how long? Is it 2 months, 3 months, 5 months that you've been coming, 8 months, 10 months, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, from the time that you've been coming, have I or have I not always been doing the same thing? The music, the devotions, the laughter, the motivation, the encouragement. Have I or have I not? Maybe someone is reporting in your channel. Oh, maybe I'm not insinuating that. I'm not saying that at all. Maybe. So how? And you know something? This might, you see, I'm open-minded. And it could be my flesh that is saying, oh, someone reported me or this and that and that. But maybe my daddy himself is punishing me. What are you talking about, servant? What are you talking about, Raw? Maybe, just maybe, because with him, all, not just a little bit, not just some, not just this and not just that, but all things are possible. So, just a minute, voice, I'll get to your message. So, perhaps it could be that God is upset with me because I did something that I am not into, I don't do, I don't celebrate, and is not of him. And in many senses is actually a disrespect to him. And I'm talking that Christmas music. I don't celebrate Christmas. I used to. I didn't know any better. And that's not an excuse. I just didn't know any better. Thank God I'm not who I used to be. And I might not, what do you call it? I might not know where I'm going. But boy and girls, do I know where I'm coming from? So maybe I don't celebrate Christmas because it's not of God. I don't celebrate Christmas because it's pagan. And I don't ever really play Christmas music. Especially the types that have nothing to do with God or his kingdom. So why would I play that? I thought about that. But then when I realized that I got the copyright strike and this and that, and I got upset and I'm mad and I'm a man and I lift things up and I put things down and that type of spirit, I wanted to come over here on Raw Chatting and express it. I was just about to hit the start button. And I got the notification just like I just got the notification for my twin Bless. And it was God's child. Instantly, I stopped and I went over there. It's not my first time over there, but I don't go too often. which I should, and I am, because I'm glad he sent that notification to me, God himself, because I would have probably came on here and who knows. And I sat there with her for approximately an hour, maybe. I don't know exactly the time, but till she ended. And it made me rethink on how to do, because my mind was not changed about coming live, me chat too much. But it was changed on how I'm gonna do it. On how. So yes, it could be that. And that could be so far-fetched. But I was thinking it, and then God's child mentioned it. So I take that as a confirmation. Does not necessarily mean it's true, but it's possible, ain't it? So again, it could be that. Or it could be those hypocritical people that are out there. Again, whenever you're doing something that others are so upset about it, not about what you're doing, but about you doing it, they have so much to say. And sometimes some of those people are the type of people who live in your house. Mint at 60 with Jenny Chance. Thank you for being here. How are you doing? Welcome, 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 welcome. Please, let me advise you to please enter at your own risk. I only speak truth. I'm harsh, and a lot of times truth hurts, and with harshness on it, it could be what a bam bam. And let me not forget what my sister was saying. I am because Whitey takes set on people when they keep getting yeah, true. Yeah, true. But welcome, Mint. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have your presence. But those people that come in your face and smile and laugh, go behind your back and chit and chat, or set up schemes for you. Beware. Beware. As we end out this topic on hypocritical people, and we jump into another topic, let me end out with this.
Guys, you don't hear we're going with Mariana? I think it's like a beer begging thing. She literally a beg people. Like she doesn't know where, like, she didn't live now this big house thing. I don't know her. She there on the streets now. And I joke something Marie something.
Girl, I'm sorry to Marianne then.
No, but I that girl.
The last time you said she the person she meet in an accident.
Yeah, some years ago.
She was asking us something. She still do them. Yes, she still try.
Yes, girl.
She was still know that because that now we're fair and not. Hey, ladies.
Hey.
It never worked. No, it never worked.
Tell Satan it never worked. It never worked.
It did not work.
Tell Satan
Mine, it never worked. But mine, sorry to hurt your feelings, but I did not die. Yeah.
sorry to hurt your feelings. As I can see,
I'm still alive.
Tell them the queen.
Sorry to hurt your feelings. Me no broke, yo,
That's a lie.
Cause my daddy rich, so me rich. Yeah.
My own mansion in the sky. Our one.
Tell Satan he never worry.
He never work.
It did not work.
Tell the haters it never work.
Sorry to hurt your feelings, but I did not die.
Sorry to hurt your feelings.
As you can see, I'm still alive.
Once again,
sorry to hurt your feelings.
Shina, bro.
Yo, that's a lie. Cause my daddy rich, so me rich. Yeah, we own mansion in the skies. You thought I'd be
dead right now.
Hungry and all
dead right now.
Homeless without a
bed right now.
Crazy, I lose me
head right now.
But I'm giving God
thanks right now.
For all that I
have right now.
Things are so bad
right now.
So me I praise God right now. Sorry to hurt your feelings, but I did
not
sorry
to hurt them feelings.
Sorry to hurt your feelings. As you can see, I'm still alive.
Yo.
Sorry to hurt your feelings.
Me no broke, yo, that's a lie.
Cause my daddy rich, so me rich. Yeah.
Me own mansion in the sky.
Yeah. Every place from in the room. You just can't
stop it.
That's why I'm gonna eat like
very soon.
No matter how you try block it, you know you want to put me in a the tomb. Blow me up like socket. But you are the first one on the Zoom who tell me got
too much traffic. You thought I was dead right now.
Hungry and all
bed right now.
Homeless without a
bed right now.
Crazy, I lose me head right now.
Winsome H, thank you for being here. How you doing? How you doing, Winsome? Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Please enter at your own risk. Good evening. I just connect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You are me. I'm surrounded by the King. Jesus Christ, me believing. I'm surrounded by the King. All the confusion you are bring. I'm surrounded by the King. Sorry to hurt your feelings, but I did not die. Yeah.
Sorry to hurt their feelings.
I'm still alive. What's up one from the media? On the one call this. On the rock and come in.
Everyone come on in, yeah? Please share this out. I'm gonna be here just for a little bit longer. Come on now.
What am I do?
What am I trying? And they can't stop me from survive. Hey!
I the room, I get my spit and I bust up on no head.
Oh no, can't stop me from survive.
Cause when no put me down,
God pick me up
and they put me on a
back to stand. So keep talking
on a bag of lies on the social media. Full of a bad mind.
Social media.
Full of a envy and strife.
On the media, yeah.
Who no come here with the dirty bungle?
Right on the media, hey.
Who no come with you?
Hey.
Stop the fussing, stop the fighting,
stop the war.
Wanna do I try to be a superstar? Wanna do I try for the free and people name?
Just because I know so desperate for fame.
Some boy do some YouTube film, them shaky, them nervous.
What's up one from the media? On the one call this.
On the rock and come in, yeah. What am I do? What am I trying? And they can't stop me from survive. But when them pick up, Lord God. Out of my good friend Cheryl Rose Green. Winsome, if you can hit me up on IG. If you could hit me up on IG, I could give it to you. Or you can just look it up right here on YouTube. It's Cheryl Rose Green, my sister, in fact. And it's called Social Media by Cheryl Rose Green. Right here on YouTube.
Can't stop me from surviving.
Or I can get you the copy. I was gonna say, I thought you said you want the song like you want to purchase the CD, but I can get you the CD.
And they put me on a rock to stand.
I can get you the disc.
On a bag of lies.
But if you just want the song, you can easily look her up. It's Cheryl Rose Green, my sister.
Full up of envy and strife. On the
media, yeah. You've probably seen her a lot over there on TikTok. Cheryl Rose Green. I'll give you a sneak peek of what she looks like. Or maybe no, I shouldn't. I'm not gonna do that. Cheryl Rose Green, go look her up.
Just because I'm not so desperate for fame. All you do, I try so hard to build a strife. Oh no, boy, I'm gonna try to look alive. Don't you have children, husband, and a wife?
So much strife
on the media. Oh no, full of a bad mind. On the media. Oh no, with the dirty bungle. Right on the media. Full of a war and strife. On the media. Oh no, come here with the dirty bungle. Oh, I have no dirty clothes to watch. Oh, I have no man to take care of. Oh no, come on social media. I wanna come on. I put on a sister. I put on so much negative social.
I wanna see that little while, right? Wanna see that little while, right?
But you're a total disgrace.
Sure.
On the social media. Oh no,
Full up a bad mind.
social media. Oh no, come here with the war and strife.
On the media, yeah.
Oh no, come here with the dirty bungle.
Right on the
Media. Stop follow the place. All the chat, them a chat. All the talk, them a talk.
Them can't stop me from surviving.
All the rumor, them a spread. All the lie, them a tell.
Them can't stop me from surviving.
Cause when they put me down,
God pick me up and then put me on a box of stone.
so keep talking on a bag of lies. On the social media. Oh no,
Full up a bad mind.
social media. Oh no, full up of envy and strife. Right on the media. Oh no, come here with the dirty bungle. Right on the media. Oh no, come here with the rumble. Why? Oh no, not total disgrace. Why? Yeah. Our social media gone to man. Why? On the media. Oh no, come here with the dirty bungle. Right on the media. Oh no, full of power and strife. On the media. Oh no, try to take people life. On the media. And I come here with the dirty bungle.
Yeah. Hey. Feeling fresh, summer recess. Got shorty wearing a cocktail dress. Yeah, she got style in excess. Ain't nobody match her, she the best. Call her homie, maybe two. I finna link up and go and get a brew. Cause we ain't got school no more. Got no obligations, so we taking a jet. Flying PJs cause I'm in my sweat. Tripping to another country I can't even pronounce. I'm packing much more than I'm allowed. What I'm about, I put a stamp in my passport. Once I have one, man, I'ma need to get more. Yeah, I collect them all.
Me what I love a dog.
I
dog player.
Memories, what happens.
I'll see what I can do for you, yeah? Or maybe you can see if you can get it from her. I don't know.
Capture the memories. What happens was what was meant to be. Save that pic on my phone. Save that one pic on my phone. KBBA, one of the finest. Just touched down in another climate. Nevertheless, know what to rhyme with. Ride with the boys cause we got license. So we rent cars, explore the town. Pedal to the metal until we out. All the problems I forgot them cause I left them back home. I ain't looking at the rear view, I'm swerving on the road. Face difficulties and I bounce back. Embrace what is, yeah we bow that. Life is sweet and I feel it when I eat new cuisine that I explore, be improving my physique. Take a seat as we sitting at the cafes cause we had days no food, had to hibernate. Now I never sleep cause I like that taste. Yeah, I can say that life is great. Capture the memories. What happens was what was meant to be. Save that pic on my phone. Save that one pic on my phone. Capture the memories. What happens was what was meant to be. Save that pic on my phone. Save that one pic on my phone. Exotic, go someplace exotic. Feeling so exotic. Go someplace exotic. We go somewhere foreign. We don't like no boring.
What is that? Is that
we out here.
Is that Canada?
Joy about a pool. Capture the memories. What happens was what was meant to be. Save that pic.
What you say? You're checking in from Canada, huh?
Capture the memories. What happens was what was meant to be. Save that pic on my phone. Save that one pic on my phone. I ain't gotta say, I ain't gotta talk. I ain't gotta say, I ain't gotta talk.
This whole thing is up in flames. Your heart is lost, cause I know some things. Rearrange, shit switched around. I know some things. Don't fuck around.
Soak that whole shit up like the fuse. Burning bridges, burning ties like the loot. A fiasco from the start, but the boy dig the energy into you. Mentally, it was an intro, interlude, introduction. I was fresh out of love and up to nothing. Fuck it, fuck that. Rug rat, ride around with a shawty who about that. Fast forward, in between the summer thighs, under all the underlies. Thought you were finessing all the other guys. Try to keep it on the low, but I knew was a few, so I switched, I can root, yeah. For me once, for me twice, yeah. Strike after strike, leave you psyched, yeah. Love leave you blind, yeah.
You know, I'm looking for something for you guys, and I cannot find it. I'm looking for something. Voice out, yes. Winston, you definitely need it because you get a lot of fights. What kind of fights you get, Winston? Let's talk about that. And not just necessarily specifically Winston. What are some of the type of fights that you get here on YouTube, at the job, in your own home? What are some of the fights that you get? Because we all get fights. Do you fight even every fight that comes your way? To fight. Do you walk away? You guys saw that again, right? The devil is a liar. So what kind YouTube fight? YouTube fight. We can talk about that because this is freestyle type of stream. So what types of YouTube fights do you get? Voice out, win some, bless. To those of you who may be even in the background or in the bushes, what kind of fights do you get here on YouTube? What are some of the fights that come your way? What are some of the struggles? Some of the hurdles? Some of even those little pebbles in your shoe? What are some of your fights here on YouTube? Do maybe you bleach out? And I'm not talking about the bleach out that I fight out against, because yes, I fight against people who bleach their skin. I'm not talking about those idiots. I'm not talking about them right now. When I say bleach, I'm talking about doing all-nighters. You barely get any sleep, watching other people's live streams. Watching people's live streams constantly from here to there to there. And some of them are, oh my gosh, you know what? Let me just change. I'm not even going to go to them anymore. And then you go to this one and you're like, what is it? Whatever. And then you go to this, what? And then you find out, next thing you know, you're there for so long, and before you know it, 2-3 hours have passed. And you don't even realize that your neck is hurting until after, when you lift it up and you're like, sometimes I remember sitting down when I first started. I remember being on people's live stream. From the time they start, tall man, manners, love me general, bless up. From the time they start, and thank you for being here. I don't mean to give you a short hair up like that, but you know me, I have ADHD, and I will forget what I'm saying like that. What was I saying? What was I saying? Somebody help me out. I forgot. I'm not even joking. I'm not kidding with you. I forgot what I was saying. Could someone remind me? What was I started to say? I said voice out something.
I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets, onto my feet. Another cup of coffee in me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Hey, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand the world.
What was I saying? Can somebody remind me?
Just so I can sleep thinking that it's faded. I feel hated, I feel hatred. I'm lost.
What did I start to say? It was the last thing I said.
Feel so real that I wake up shaking. Do you think it's skin? Cause this life is no haven. Nod your head if you get what I'm saying.
Because Winston said, there's always someone out there who don't want to see you win. And that is true. That is true. There's always somebody out there who don't want to see you win, who don't want to see you elevate. I was asking what kind of fights do you guys experience and stuff like that here in general, but Then Winsome said YouTube. So I said, okay, we'll stick to YouTube. So um, but yes, a lot of times people just don't want to see you fight. And I remember. So I was saying that I remember that I would be on someone's live stream.
You got plenty, you're alive in this life. You got time, go get it. All these thoughts keep me.
I would be, I think, you, African or Trinidad, I think. Um, but I would be on someone's live stream sometimes before they even got on it. I would be on their live stream, no bullshit, but I would be on their live stream before they were on their live stream, before they started it. You know when it says waiting for host or whatever? And I'm there. And I'm there. And then they start. And then they start. And you see when they start, the live is really good and really festive. Grenada. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to be wrong. But yes, and then they you know, the live is going on and going on and going on and going on. And when you take a stop, or when I take a stop, it's late in the hours of the day. I remember being on someone's live stream. I got up and I was on their live stream. Before they started, they took a while to come, so I came off, and then I came back on, and when I came back on, they were on. And I was there, and I'm listening and enjoying it. And I had to go to work that day. And I said, oh, well, I'll just hook it up to the car. While I'm driving, I'm listening to it like it's a radio, because that's what I do to many of you. I listen to you. I don't watch TV. I don't own a TV. I do not own a TV. I don't really like to listen to the radio and all of those things like that. So YouTube is my TV. YouTube is my radio. YouTube. And I'll listen to it in the car as I'm driving. And I'm on there live, and sometimes in the chat get to a stop sign or a red light, and I'm typing in the chat, and I'm, you know, or sometimes I'm actually on screen, just turn the camera off, and I'm driving. I think once or twice I left the camera on while I was driving, but that's not really good, and you could get a strike for that. You could get a strike for that. Because I got But I remember being on that live from the time I'm getting dressed for work to the time I got into the car to the time I went inside to work. And I have you in my earpods and I'm listening to you. And I'm on 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 and I'm on. And then maybe you come off. Or maybe I was there for about 6-7 hours while you were on. A lot of them were, not a lot of them, but some of them were even silent streams. Just to give that support. I had no other device, just using my phone and my phone alone. Just using my phone and my phone alone. And I would get home, and then if I didn't see the same person live again, because one of the secrets to getting your WH is streaming. So you may do a live stream 2-3 different times a day. Because if I'm not mistaken, StreamYard only allows you up to 10 hours, I think, in order for it to stick for you to get the WH through YouTube, or that's how it used to be. It could have changed. Don't mark. They always changing the rules. So, but that's how it used to be. It's just like if you're using StreamYard, a lot of people go live for like an hour and then they're done. But StreamYard takes a percentage of that hour. So it's always better to go at least an hour and a half. I don't really want to explain that too much in detail right now because, again, things change sometimes, but that's how it used to be. And I don't want to forget what I'm saying and where I'm going because I don't really want to be all over the place. So as I was saying, I'm on their live stream. And then the person, again, I said, would go live again. One of the tricks to getting your hours is going live constant time, doing many videos. Now they have shorts that you can do. Before you couldn't use the shorts. But I would go on that person's live stream. And it's nighttime now. And I'm sitting there on their live stream. I worked. They were live earlier. They were live earlier. At this time, I myself did not know how to go live. StreamYard was always there, but certain people did not tell me about StreamYard. It wasn't until someone found out how long I've been on YouTube, and I haven't even done one live stream yet. Everything is video, video, video. Let me tell you, when I tell you I was doing 10 videos, sometimes 6, it varied, not every single day, but every single day I was doing different, maybe between 3 to 10 videos a day. Videos.
I'm still not in gear two. Wait until the
videos.
Up and watch who they give ears to. Scrap told me shit is getting hella cinematic, so I'm dead.
So I get off of work and I see that this person is gonna go live again. And I get on their live.
By any means necessary. That's how.
And it's after work now. I'm tired. But guess who else is tired? And Mint at 60. Can you guess who else got tired? No bullshit. The person whose live I was on, the host. And so I wasn't going live because I didn't know how to or whatever. So I would take over the live. So I would go up on their screen, they would keep their live running, and I would be sitting up there on their live, running their live, while they're done, gone, until I probably doze off a little bit, and then come back. But many nights, many nights, many nights, I was up, no sleep. Not all of it, the no sleep, was because of me watching the lives or stuff. Some of it was because I just couldn't sleep. Again, I didn't really get serious with YouTube until about 2019, after they diagnosed me with AIDS. So I was used to being up late at night with the stress and stuff. It was 2018 when I was diagnosed. It wasn't until about late into 2019 when I started to fight back. And I said, the hell with that, I'm fighting back. But I was on my way out. I was on my way out. Some of you see some of the pictures from back then. You think I was on crack? No, yo. No, yo. So I would sit on there live until and they were not the only one that I would do that for. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back or anything or say, hey, look what I did. No, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm not calling names, although I'm not afraid to call names. But it's not about that.
I just want to give it back.
We're just talking about the fights in YouTube.
They ain't got no time. Who's trying to get in line just to get it off my mind? Yo, it's about time. And for my raps for the father.
That person end up getting monetized.
For the one who gave me life.
And they came on YouTube after I had already been on YouTube and got monetized. And I still was not monetized, but still helping them and helping them and helping them. Then I noticed that they stopped doing live streams because they got monetized. So they stopped doing so many live streams. Once in a great orange and purple polka dot moon, which is never, would they do a video or a small upload.
For my raps for the father, for the rappers, not for the fame.
And then you start seeing one video here or one video there from them once in a while, after you almost forgot about them.
Just to get it off my mind. Yo, it's about time. And for my raps for the father.
But you don't see them on yours.
For the one who gave me life.
Very hurtful. Many times it's not intentional, because there are many people who come to me and I don't go to them or I haven't been to them. And there are many reasons why. I'll tell you straight. I will support you. I will support you. You know, before I go into that, let me give you something by Jim Bob really quick. And then I'll tell you about that. I'll finish, yeah? I've been talking for a while, huh? Jim Bob, come say something now.
A DJ Links. A goalie passing a goal and a dark goalie castle a soul and a fast soul a Saudi bar soul. E-class no massive bar soul and a goalie passing a goal and a dark goalie castle a soul and a fast soul a Saudi bar soul. E-class no massive bar soul and a hardcore like ice from
some boy do some YouTube sickness. Some boy do some YouTube sickness. Some boy do some YouTube sickness. Shit, them nervous.
The first chapter bring the first rapture. The X Factor done the first actor. That is trapper bones we get fracture. No need for doctor, not chiropractor. Fish and bird dog, no need for lobster. Achievement a masters and gangster. No take talking need a back cancer. Man take your life and then tell you thanks for. Take your life like man we have cancer. Monster, them roll up in a the Lanza. Appear once a year in your house like Santa. Them no care, they no pet nor pamper. When them a pillage village, them a conquer. Current a shot through your body like Blanca. Man from flanker, mud from Tampa. Scam everything straight down to the banker. Hard goalie passing a goal and a dark goalie castle a soul and a fast soul a Saudi bar roll. E-class no massive bar soul and a hard goalie passing a goal and a dark goalie castle a soul and a fast soul a Saudi bar roll. E-class no massive bar soul and a me hard goal till me blood it a freeze up. Head top hot when me turn the degrees up. Finger no more for the chica when me squeeze up. Not even granny can't tell me fi ease up. When me creep up a ball him a keep up. Heart a leap up when body start ape up. Shell them like peanut when them start to team up. Head top hot like the party when it steam up. Heart go like up to the sea. Go like a million up to the degree. Miss I up to the tree. All of me dogs them a cut pedigree.
So, as I was saying, what was I saying? Yeah. So, I'm on the live stream and everything, and they get monetized and all of that and everything. And could I see them in my videos? No. When I learned from someone else how to go live, could I see those people who I was in their live stream, even when they were sleeping, running their live streams for them? Could I see them? No. And again, sometimes it's not done on purpose. It's not always done on purpose. When you go to someone, and then they don't come to you. Many times it's for many different reasons. And as I was saying, I'm honest, straight to the point, extremely harsh. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your time, Winsome. But sometimes, and Winsome, I'm only using you as an example right now. I have never, ever, ever, ever been to Winsome that I can remember. But I will be going to Winsome. I will be. Winsome, if you could do me a favor, if this is your first time here, and go to one of the videos here and leave a comment, just a thumbs up, anything. You don't have to watch the video or anything like that. Just go over, leave a thumbs up, and that will help me to find you. Because sometimes when you type in the names, they don't come up and stuff like that. Yeah, but you will definitely be seeing me. So just do that for me. Winsome H. That is not hard to remember, but sometimes when you type it, it doesn't come up. Oh my gosh, RR Vlogs, my family for life. Thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to have your presence. Thank you so much. How you doing this evening, this afternoon? Thank you. This morning even. It's morning for you, isn't it? All the way from the Philippines, checking in is RR Vlogs. Ladies and gentlemen, if you really are interested in elevating your channel and growing your channel, please run on over, connect to RR, follow up, connect with some people, meet some wonderful people over there, and do the thing right. And yes, it is a business that RR runs. I must let you know it's a business. So don't go over there just looking for freebies all the time or at any time, unless you and him work something out. But it is a channel where you are guaranteed to grow. So, do follow RR and run on over there to RR Vlogs. Please, Winsome or anyone else like Mint at 60 who may not have RR Vlogs. And even if you do have RR, why don't you run on over there, give them a thumbs up on something, yeah? Manners, love, and elevation to each and every single one of you, even though this is not next door. I'm such an idiot. But where was I? What was I saying? Sometimes they don't come to you, but you just woke up. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning to our good morning to our vlog. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning to our vlog. Hip, hip, hooray! Good morning to you, RR, my fam for life. Oh gosh, I love you guys. I love each and every single one of you. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here with me, the idiot of me, such as me. But really and truly, these YT streets are crazy and can get you almost to lose your mind even. That's not even what I was talking about right there, but I was saying something else, wasn't I? But it's still the truth. I was saying that some of the reasons why Winsome, I'm going to use you as an example. No, you're not late. You're not late. Don't even worry about it. But I was going to ask to say to use Winsome, my new friend, and say it's like I go over to Winsome and I've never been to her before in my life, but I go over there, and when I go over there, I see a video that does not intrigue me. It doesn't catch my eye. It doesn't entice me or anything like that. So I'll go to the next one. This is me. This is what I do. I'm sure if I do it, there might be a few or some who do the same thing. If you're one of them, please raise your hand and say yes. You do the same. Because I am well aware that no matter how small of a YouTuber you are, no matter how big of a YouTuber you are, every last one of your followers is not going to always like everything that you do or say. It's just not going to happen. Your friends in real life don't like every single thing that you say and do all the time. You may have a lot that people do like that you what you say and do. But every single thing that you do, every single video, every single live stream, every single short that you do, it is not everybody who are devoted followers is going to like all the time. So that is why when I go to Winsome, or I go to RR, or I go to Voice Out, or I go to my sister Toy Toy, or I go to Uncle EK, or I go to some stranger, if I see something that I don't like, I'll go to the next one. But rest assured, I ain't giving you no thumbs up for a video or a live stream that I don't like. I will give I will give you a thumbs down if I don't like it. If I don't like it, I'm giving you a thumbs down. If I see something that I did not like. Now, some people say, well, there are something, I'm connected to such and such, and I like everything that they do. But have you seen every single video? I'm positive. I can bet anything that none of you here with me right now have seen every single video that I have put out next door. There's no way. Remember, I said before I was going live, there were times I would do sometimes 5 videos a day, 8 videos a day, 10 videos a day, 2 videos a day. I was just doing video after. I would video a bird flying past. Has any of you seen the video I did with the airplane flying past? Not a word, just watching the airplane fly past. And then I did another one, and I said, how many people want to be? Did you guys see the one about the alien? The aliens that came down and left a mark in the ground? Did you see that one? Have any of you seen the beef patty that whooped my ass? I challenged a beef patty. Yes, a beef patty that you eat. The goal is that I must eat the beef patties, 2 of them, without sweating, which was a very difficult task. And that's why the beef patties kicked my ass. Okay, my fam, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your love and your elevation. But yeah, Have any of you seen those videos? Probably not, and probably yes. But when I go to someone, if I see a video that I don't like, especially if it's right from the beginning, I might just skip past it and go to another one. Especially if I'm in someone's live stream and then I went to that link that they dropped and I'm like, okay, I don't like this. Let me see what else they got. Let me see what else they got. Let me see what else they got. Let me see. I'll give you a thumbs down, but I'm not just going to give you a thumbs down. I'm going to give you the thumbs down and I'm going to constructively, respectfully tell you why I gave you a thumbs down, with the hopes that that will encourage you to maybe change for your future ones to be better. Constructive criticism. But if I even see none, because of the type of person I am, I'm going to support you. Even if I've never seen you at me, I'm going to support you. Especially if my spirit takes you. But you might not see me again or often because your content doesn't appeal to me. And even still, in the same breath, sometimes there is content that does not appeal to me at all. Sometimes there is content that does not appeal to me, and I still watch it. Why? Because that's what support is about. I still watch it, even though I might not like what it was. Even though I might not like what it was. To give them that support. But again, if I did not like it, I'm giving it a thumbs down. And I advise you to do the same for me. But not many people will tell you. And then they just don't go. But that's just the way it is with me. I'm going to watch this and watch that and watch that, or go to, I'm not just going to see one video that I didn't like and not go to you. And hey, you know, when I sub to you, I'm going to get notifications. So later on, even when I sort of forgot about you, when I get the notifications and it comes on, I'm going to automatically see it. And when I see it, I'm going to come to you because, hey, something may be on that does interest me that next time. But again, some people don't go to you or to me because that's just not their cup of tea. But for instance, not everyone wants to come and sit down and watch other people grow or watch other people drop their channels or listen to music that they barely can understand. Not everybody is going to do that. I'll do that all year long. Not many that's going to do that. It's not many that's going to go to my twin and sit down and just watch the water. They will get seasick. You get what I'm saying, though? It's not every single content that I do or you do or we do that our followers, even our devoted followers, are going to always like. It's just it's just not going to happen. Just can't happen. It won't happen. So don't get discouraged when you find yourself going to people and they're not coming to you. You can mention it to them because, again, the reason that I just gave might not be the reason at all why they're not coming to you. Maybe because they have so many people to keep up with. There's so many people to keep up with. If Teacher P was here, or if someone else was here who is a teacher, and Miss Wendy, who I have worked in classrooms before, you know that working with more than one individual can be a task. Having a classroom full of children can be a difficult task, and that's why sometimes in some classrooms they put two teachers. So sometimes it can be difficult. But can you imagine having 100 people, 200 people, 300 people, 4,000 people, 5,000 people following you, 10,000 people following you? Let's keep it average. 1,000 people following you. How possible is it for you to keep up with all 1,000 followers every single day? Every day. It's impossible. It's not almost impossible. It is impossible. There's no way that you can keep up with 1,000 people every single day by going to them, supporting them, and this and that. And that. So some people you kind of, it's not that you mean to forget, but they fade out of your mind sometimes, because, and then you got more and more and more coming. That was 1,000. Suppose you have more, like I don't know how many of some of you have. If I'm not mistaken, the last I checked, I think I have like 26,000 people supposed following me. Can I keep up with 26,000 people every single day by going to each and every single one of those 26 or 27 or however many it may be? It's impossible. It can't happen. So don't feel no way when some people just don't come to you. Again, it's many different reasons. You can remind them, say, hey, I've been to you, or whatever. Or you could be like me and just straight out ask them, how come you don't come to me? Because I'll ask them. A lot of times I'll ignore them and I'll see them, I'll greet them and everything in people's chats and whatever. But the moment that they mention anything about, supporting or this and that, I'll pinch them in at them. I'll do it. Guys know I will. And let you know why I don't or why I do. And depending on the reason why I don't or why I do, it depends on how I'm going to deliver it. Another thing that you should keep in mind. I haven't seen Bless in a while, and I think she started her live. So could someone please run on over to Bless to see if she has started her live? If she did, please run over here. Let me know. I'll end this and we can run on over to Bless because I know that she was supposed to start almost an hour ago, if I'm not mistaken. But she told me to keep going. But yeah, so it's not everyone is going to constantly come to you at all or as much as you go to them. Another thing that you should keep in mind is that, and this is fact, I don't want anyone to feel any way. She has. Okay. So just after I finish saying what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna end out and we're gonna run on over to Bless. Or maybe I'll leave this running, close it down, and I'll go over to Bless with my me. But yeah. I forgot where I was going. Oh, yeah, so sometimes when you want good for yourself, sometimes you gotta work hard at it. You gotta do things that you really don't want to do at the time that you don't want to do them. When you really want something. Old saying, you want good, your nose have to run. If you want good, your nose have to run. So I say that to say this. Sometimes, or most times, if you are trying to do something and be successful at it, let's say you're trying to be a singer, a rapper, a content creator, anything like that. If you want to be good at it, you have to be diligent at it. You have to be consistent with it. You have to work hard at it. You gotta work hard at it. Now is not the time to upset me. But you gotta work hard for it. Now is not the time to upset me. You gotta work hard for it. I tell you, the devil is a liar. But if you want to be that rapper, that content creator, or whatever, right now, let's talk about being a content creator. If you want to be a content creator, a successful one at that, you want to be able to get X and X amount of how many followers and this and that. It takes hard work, long hours, tears, mistakes. But how can you improve or build your thing that you're trying to do if you stop working hard on it? If you stop doing this and you stop and you just pay attention to everybody else and do this. So in other words, when, like in the beginning, when I was sitting down on other people's live streams and all of that and running it for them while they sleep and snore, do you think that I could be doing that and still establish my YouTube channel? Muffats, blessed love and manners and elevation to you. Do you think that Muffats could have reached where he is today in the YouTube world by only focusing on other people's channel, by always going to them, by going to this, by going to that? Because you go to one, by the time you go to one, another one is starting, or while one is going on, there's one still going on, and so you try to go to everybody. So if he just said, wait, I'm going to leave mixing with the Muffats alone, and I'm going to go to D Diva. I'm going to go to Servant David. I'm going to go to Voice Out. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go there, and I'm going to go there, and I'm going to go to there. And he barely ever uploads any video. He doesn't focus on his. Do you think he would be in the spot where his channel is today? Do you? You got to focus on yourself, and sometimes focusing on yourself may seem selfish. And if it does seem selfish to some people, and you really in your heart are not trying to be selfish, you just want to further yourself in your career or further yourself in your YouTube channel or whatever, tell them to kiss you when you're dead, or to kiss out your Bible. If they don't understand that you can't focus on Jane, Jack, Jill, Julie, Sassy, Billy, David, you can't just focus on them and totally forget about yourself.
How you gonna take from your brother and turn a smile in his face? Gang. You trying to get out of character.
You have to work on it. Now you can work on your channel or yourself and also still help support others. It's just your support will not be as much support that you are pouring into yourself. Because if you don't pour that support into yourself, and you sit down and wait for Daniel TV comedy, or you sit down and wait for mixing with the Muffats, or you sit down and wait for Servant David, or anybody else, you'll get what it don't get. And you're not reach nowhere. Nowhere. Trust me. Trust me. So there are some reasons why some people don't go to others, even though they come to them. Mixing with the Muffats, good friend of mine. Known Muffats for about year and a half, 2 years, maybe more. Year and a half, maybe more. 2 years. And me rate him. And as I just said, it's not every content that our best followers, our favorite fans, it's not every content that we do our favorite fan is always going to like. But I have not run across one yet that from Muffats that I don't like. In the same breath, I have not seen every single video that Muffats has put out. Also in the same breath, Muffats has been to me way more times than I have been to him. And I find no fault in Muffats' channel to say, well, this is why I don't go that much, or this is why this, or this is what. There's no fault or no excuse. It's just tied up. Sometimes it's just time frame. Muffat is a working man. He has a family to take care of and a beautiful wife to keep happy. So he has to go to work. He can't be on YouTube as much or as often as some other people. That's just facts. I had some more that I wanted to say, but I want to go and check my sister. Bless. So I probably leave this running, and then I run on over to her, and if anything, then after I'll come back and pick up where we left off at. But beware of those haters. Beware of those people. And make sure that you're doing everything that YouTube guidelines is telling you to do. Don't go and say, oh, Servant David does this, so I'm going to try to do it. Because what I do, you might not get away with, because you might be not doing it exactly the way that I do it. So it may seem like I'm just doing it. It may seem like I'm just playing music all the time on my thing and I just get away with it. But there are certain avenues that can be taken where you can be all right to do it. Just all right, not necessarily safe. Because as you guys see, I've been doing this music thing for how long? I've been playing this stuff for how long? And out of nowhere, I get a strike for playing Christmas music. I get demonetized for reusing my own content. Sometimes I would run these live streams, like this is a live stream here. And then maybe 3 or 4 weeks down the road, or maybe 4 months down the road, or a year down the road, I use the same live stream and I play it back. And you swear that I'm live, but I'm not. How do you think I got to be so good like that? Where you don't know if it's a recording and you don't know if it's an actual live stream. Practice and focusing on building you. So you got to. You got to. You got to focus on you. You got to. You got to. Once again, I want to thank you guys for being here. It's a pleasure to have your presence. Thank you so much. Again, I'm not going to be here. I was looking long. I'm about to run on over to my twin. I was looking for something to play for you guys, and I cannot find it. I just cannot find it. I cannot find it. But I really, really, really wanted you guys to hear that. I really wanted you guys to hear that. But once again, I want to thank you all. And I want to say, please, if you could run on over to Blessed. And because that's where I'm going now. If somebody who is a moderator could drop that link here in the chat, so I could let everyone know to run on over to that channel when they come here. If you could do that for me as I get ready to run on over to my sister. Yes. Blessed day, everyone. Today's message is on forgiveness. You know, one of the hardest things we can do is forgive someone who isn't sorry. You know, this reminds me of a story about a black woman who moved to the South. She moved next door to a white woman who was so disgusted and upset that a black person would have the audacity to even move next door to her. So this white woman every day would throw feces into this black woman's yard. Now this happened for days, weeks, months, and even years. Till one day that old white woman caught a heart attack. And the very first person to visit her was that black woman. When the white woman saw her, she cried till she couldn't cry no more. And she caught her breath and she said, thank you for coming. I don't know if you realize it or not, but I'm the same woman who threw feces in your yard for years. And I'm so sorry. And I want to thank you for bringing these beautiful, beautiful flowers. Thank you so much. Where did you get them? Did you order them from the local floral shop? The woman said no. She said, did you order them online and have someone deliver them to you? The woman said no. Miss, you have no idea. But these flowers that I bring to you come from the very same feces that you threw in my yard. You see, you meant it for my bad, but God meant it for my good. When Jesus was on the cross and he died for our sins, he gave the original F them, forgive them. You see, when we truly learn to forgive, we come out smelling better than our problems. People will say and do all kind of nasty and mean things to you in your journey of life. But regardless, from you are a child of God, you have to remember to forgive. Because again, when you forgive and you truly forgive, you come out looking and smelling better than any experience that you can experience. So always remember to forgive your friends, your family, and especially your enemies. May the Lord God continue to guide and bless you. In Jesus' name, walk.
Dad, has it always been this way?
Pairing. Bluetooth connected.
Through the process, I will wait. Hi, this is Minister Jabez, and you're tuned into the Servant David Show for the best in your devotion, games, comedy, and health awareness. It's the Servant David Show.
My good. My goodness, don't you remember when you went first to school? And you went to kindergarten. And in kindergarten, the idea was to push along so that you could get into first grade. And then push along so that you could get into second grade, third grade, so on, going up and up. And then you went to high school, and this was a great transition in life. And now the pressure is being put on. You must get ahead. You must go up the grades and finally be good enough to get to college. And then when you get to college, you're still going step by step up to the great moment in which you're ready to go out into the world. And then when you get out into this famous world comes the struggle for success in profession or business. And again, there seems to be a ladder before you, something for which you're reaching all the time. And then, suddenly, when you're about 40 or 45 years old in the middle of life, you wake up one day and say, huh? I've arrived. And by Jove, I feel pretty much the same as I've always felt. In fact, I'm not so sure that I don't feel a little bit cheated. Because you see, you were fooled. You were always living for somewhere where you aren't. And while, as I said, it is of tremendous use for us to be able to look ahead in this way and to plan, there is no use planning for a future, which when you get to it and it becomes a present, you won't be there. You'll be living in some other future which hasn't yet arrived. And so in this way, one is never able actually to inherit and enjoy the fruits of one's action. You can't live at all unless you can live fully now. And because now is never satisfactory, because we're never really living in it, we get more and more avid to go ahead and pursue the future. We develop our technology to a fantastic ability where we can more and more fulfill our desires for the future almost immediately, working towards a sort of push-button world. But have you ever stopped to think what the world would be like if you could fulfill every wish the moment you wished it? Suppose, for example, on going to bed at night, you could always dream whatever you wanted to dream. What would happen after a while? Of course, I suppose at first, you would dream fantastic pleasures, wonderful adventures, fulfillment of all the things you ever wished. Then as time went on, don't you think you'd want to be, a little bit surprised, to have a little bit less control over what was happening to you? And after you'd experimented with this for some months or years, you might even want dreams in which you suffer, because there is no real delight, no real fulfillment without delay. Doesn't every child know on a hot day when you think, I'm terribly thirsty and I'd like an ice cream soda? Haven't you tried the experiment of putting off drinking it, putting off, so that you get thirstier and thirstier, and it's so much fun when you finally get to it? And so in the same way, impatience with time, always wanting the future, is frustrating. Maya, which generally has the meaning of illusion, or rather, illusions brought about by the acceptance of certain conventions, of which perspective was an example. When we are not aware that certain things which we take for granted, like the separateness of things from each other, when we're not aware that this is a matter of convention, we are apt to be fooled. Now, I think one of the conventions by which we tend to be fooled more than almost any other is time. And for all human beings, time is a matter of extraordinary importance. And perhaps this is one of the principal ways in which we differ from animals. Because man has been called a time-binding animal. That is to say, a creature who is vividly aware of the fact that his life moves, as it were, along a line from the past through the present and into the future. Animals apparently live pretty much moment by moment. They don't appear
I have to remind myself that some birds aren't meant to be caged. Their feathers are just too bright. And when they fly away, the part of you that knows it was a sin to lock them up does rejoice. Let me tell you about a voice. The one that whispers. It tells me what's right and what's not. When to leave and where to go. It's not Shakespeare. It does not speak in memorable lines. My inner voice always gives it to me straight. Tells me who my real friends are. When to say yes, when to say no. Whether the person sitting next to me is the one I'll be spending the rest of my life with.
Miss Wendy, how you doing? Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here.
If you didn't make it as an actor, I have no idea. I would act somewhere. Maybe I'd be driving a cab. Maybe I'm working in somebody's yard. Whatever I'm doing, I will act. Because I'll die if I don't.
Your job as an actor is to give it your best shot every time. So yes, I'm going into it with the idea that I'll play it to the best of my ability, and they wouldn't give it to me, the role, if they didn't think I was capable of pulling it off. Or I wouldn't take it if I didn't think I was capable of pulling it off.
Courage is the key to life itself. There are a lot of people who are born in situations where they say, well, I'll never get out of this. So they won't.
Kayla, thank you for being here.
To people who say, well, I would like to have done so and so and so. So, well, you could have done it. So, well, I couldn't get out of here. Man, the bus runs every day. If you can think of it, you can do it. That's the human condition. If we can imagine it, we can do it. And I think condition of each individual human. Unfortunately, those of us who say, well, I want to be a star, that's way out there in the ether somewhere. I want to be a working actor. You can pull that off. So act, work. Thing you step into the world where true love exists, and you finally realize that love, in fact, is the more you wanted your whole life. Just love more and more, every day in every way, and never give up, regardless of how challenging your destiny in life will be. The world really needs you now more than ever. Together with love, compassion, forgiveness, and faith in humanity, we will defeat evil once and for all.
Brainy Dose presents 10 interesting psychological facts about quiet people. We all know someone who's more on the quiet side. The person doesn't say much and doesn't get noticed much. Maybe they're a friend or a family member, or perhaps they're just someone you see around your neighborhood. Maybe it's you. But despite the fact that society often thinks that being loud and outgoing is the best way to make friends and succeed, while being more reserved is often viewed as socially inept, there's a lot more to quiet people than you might think. Let's look at some interesting psychological facts about the silent types, so you can understand these individuals better, and maybe even learn a thing or two about yourself along the way. Number 1, they aren't necessarily shy. It's easy to assume that a quiet person is shy, and while this is sometimes true, it's not always the case. Quiet people don't like to draw attention to themselves, that's for sure. They may even go out of their way to avoid being the center of attention, but that doesn't mean they're shy. They can be friendly, socialize just fine, and enjoy talking with others they're comfortable with, although they prefer to say less and listen more. Quiet types may have a lot going on inside their heads, but they're not always comfortable sharing their thoughts or feelings. Number 2, they are incredibly loyal. Quiet people do not like being superficial.
Once again, thank you, Kayla. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
Quantity. So getting close to them can take some time and effort. Because their trust is hard-earned, they have very few genuine friends with whom they can truly connect with. So when you do become close, it's a big deal. In fact, loyalty is one of their core values. They also know how to keep a secret and will always stay true to you. Number 3, they aren't necessarily angry or depressed. Quiet individuals are often misunderstood and misinterpreted by others as angry or depressed. While this may be true for some people, it's not necessarily true for all quiet people. Since they're more introverted and get drained by social interactions, they may simply need to get away from the crowd for a while and recharge their batteries by being alone. They really enjoy spending time on their own, so they can reflect on life and learn from past experiences without having to explain themselves or defend their decisions. Number 4, they are curious, independent, and highly self-motivated. Quiet people are often curious, which leads them to try out and learn about new things. They are more independent and self-motivated, thus more likely to achieve their goals. These folks don't need someone telling them what or when something needs to be done. They prefer to work alone because they like being in control of their own destiny. In addition, quiet people are rather imaginative and creative. This is because they spend a lot of time thinking about things that others might not think about in the first place. Number 5, they are often highly sensitive and empathetic. You might be surprised to learn that quiet people are more likely to be highly sensitive and empathetic than their louder counterparts. This is because they are more likely to have a strong emotional response to things. They might cry during sad movies or get upset more easily. However, this does not mean they are more inclined to act out in anger or be easily offended by other people's words. They are simply more aware of their own feelings than those around them. Quieter people also have the ability to put themselves in other people's shoes and understand their feelings and emotions, as well as relate through shared experiences. Number 6, they're not necessarily bored, even if they look like they are. Quiet people are rarely bored. They might be thinking about something, which can be pretty interesting for them, or they might be enjoying the silence and focusing on what's happening around them. And since they are active listeners, they can also be paying attention to a conversation or event without needing to jump in immediately with their own 2 cents. Additionally, quieter individuals get energized and focused from solo activities. They have a rich inner life as well, so they don't need to fill it with external stimulation to feel fulfilled. Number 7, they are more self-aware. Quiet people are comfortable with who they are, so much so that they have no problem expressing themselves in a way that's authentic. This trait makes them honest with themselves and others too. These folks don't second-guess themselves because they are very clear on how they feel about things. They have no problem telling others when they need to change or that something isn't working for them anymore, and they have the courage to make those changes. Furthermore, quiet individuals like opportunities where they can grow personally or professionally, and this desire for personal growth makes them even more self-aware as individuals who appreciate continuous improvement. Number 8, they're more emotionally stable. Generally speaking, quiet people are emotionally stable, which means they're more likely to have a positive outlook on life.
That's true, Kayla. Just get to know them, yes.
This is because they are very good at controlling their emotions, and they're typically less reactive than the average person. Because of their ability to speak up when necessary and allow others to talk without interrupting or judging them, they're able to take in information without being influenced by it too much or jumping to conclusions based solely on what someone else says. For this reason, these individuals are better equipped to deal with difficult situations and can resolve conflicts more easily. Number 9, they're more patient. Quiet people are usually more patient than those who are loud and talkative. When a situation unfolds, they are more likely to wait for it to develop before coming up with an opinion or a course of action. This patience is rooted in their ability to focus on the present moment and deal with one thing at a time. Quieter people don't rush into new experiences, which helps them be more aware of what's happening around them in the moment, rather than getting caught up in their thoughts about the past or future. As a result, they have more patience when it comes to dealing with situations as they arise. They're less likely to make snap judgments or decisions based on an emotional response. Number 10, they are highly observant and have a good memory. Quiet people have a knack for noticing details and remembering the small things. This is because they pay attention to their surroundings, observe keenly, and listen carefully. They often remember what others say and do and can recall information quickly. Quieter folks are also great problem solvers because they spend more time analyzing situations before deciding what action needs to be taken next. As you can see, there is a lot of depth and complexity to quiet people, and we could all benefit from learning about them instead of judging them. The next time you're around someone who seems unassuming and quiet, remember that there might be more to their personality than meets the eye. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up.
We're about to take it back.
Now on to the babe and the suckling, or even an ugly duckling, keep listening. Ranking is talking, get that.
Some kind of some YouTube sitting them shaky, them
It's
nervous.
reality, it's a barranking mind. Reality, some of them have eyes and still looking blind. You hear me? Reality, it's a barranking mind. Reality, blank people must have lived like swine. But what a moody have that has never been told. It has to get up in the next man's soul. No white man come in and take fully control. What I do? From all the silver and all of the gold. It's like black man from Ghana, them a get a skull. Them act so big and mighty, strong and bold. It's just reality. And some are rocking mind. Reality, some of them have eyes and still looking blind. You hear me? Reality. And some are rocking mind. Reality, some of them have eyes and still looking blind. What's this? Woman, when you get me on them can't hand me. All like say me don't know me reality. Come now, woman, when you get me from them can't hand me. All like me no know for me reality. Malcolm X is making black people history. Dr. Martin Luther King and Marcus Garvey. So all them a go and me know my reality. I me know me roots, culture and reality. I and I man take it out deep in black history. Me want everybody to come listen to me. It's just reality. That's a barracking mind. Reality, some of them have eyes and still looking blind. You hear me? Reality. That's a barracking mind. Reality, some of them have eyes and still looking blind. Black people stop going like me break across the line. We know we rich and we know we divine. Everlasting love, you seek that and you will find. Stop acting like you're deaf and blind.
Some boy do some YouTube sitting them shaky, them nervous.
Watch features one of the all-time great moments in the history of debate about God. It's Christopher Hitchens with the intellect and with the most penetrating, difficult questions. And then it's John Lennox putting on a literal masterclass in his response. Let's dive into it. I hope you enjoy.
Suppose you did believe that everything that had brought us here was by design. Well, we know that 99.9% of all species that have ever existed just on this planet have become extinct. So heaven has already watched almost 100% of its creation die off, often in very unpleasant, callous circumstances, with folded arms, right? And that's billions of years of geological time. some people say the Homo sapiens has been around for 100,000 years, some for as long as 250,000. No one says less than 100,000. Francis Collins, the great Christian believer who did the Human Genome Project, says certainly 100,000. I'll take 100. Richard Dawkins thinks it's more. I'll take 100. What does it mean if we're divinely supervised and divinely created and looked out for? It means that for 98 or so thousand of those years, humans, Homo sapiens, were being born, dying, half of them in childbirth, I would think. Life expectancy maybe of 20 years, maybe of 30, people dying essentially of their teeth and of hideous diseases, living in permanent fear. Where are the earthquakes coming from? Where are the lightning strikes coming from? Why is all this? What are these diseases that hit us? We don't know about microbes, we have no idea. That's to say nothing about the fights with neighboring tribes over women, over land, over meat, over subsistence, the torture, the violence, the cruelty that goes on. I don't need to underline all of it, I hope. You can picture it for yourself. 98,000, the first 98,000 years, heaven watches this going on with perfect insouciance. And something like 2,000 to 3,000 years ago decides, right, we have to intervene now. We have to do something about this. Well, what would be the best way of intervening to try and redeem this rather bleak picture? What about having somebody tortured to death in an obscure part of the Middle East? That ought to cure it. Or if you're a Muslim, what about getting an illiterate epileptic shepherd to start babbling and saying that he's been talking to an archangel? Or what about inventing the figure of Moses in a mountain that's never yet been found by any geographer of Mount Sinai? That's what you'd have to believe. I've got a minute, right? That's what you'd have to believe, and that's why I ask myself, why do the worshippers of this God want to convict him of being such a crummy designer? Most of his creations die off, and the rest suffer miserably. And the redemptive offers just don't somehow take, of being cruel and capricious and bungling and incompetent. Why, and callous as a father. And so, since this is as far as I can get now, I have to tell you why I don't think the idea of an eternal father is a good one in any case when I next get the chance to draw breath. But thank you for staying with me this far.
Okay, so there's the setup. Pretty compelling.
I agree very much with Christopher Hitchens. It is repudiation of many of the evils that he claims have been done in the name of God. But I've learned to distinguish between the greatness of God and the inexcusable evil that has been done by those professing his name. And so I do not deduce that God is not great and that religion poisons everything. After all, if I fail to distinguish between the genius of Einstein and the abuse of his science to create weapons of mass destruction, I might be tempted to say science is not great and technology poisons everything. What is more, as I look back at the evils of atheist regimes of the 20th century, I might also be tempted, ladies and gentlemen, to say atheism is not great. It has poisoned everything. As it is, I hold that science shows some of the greatness of God. The famous physicist James Clerk Maxwell, who discovered electromagnetic theory, inscribed above the door in his laboratory in Cambridge University the words, "Great are the works of the Lord, studied by all who delight in them." Yet Christopher Hitchens says, thanks to the telescope and the microscope, religion no longer offers an explanation of anything. I find it impossible as a scientist to take such a statement seriously, as if using a microscope and a Rembrandt painting could disprove the existence of Rembrandt himself. The idea that God and science are mutually exclusive explanations of the universe is as wrong as saying that internal combustion and Henry Ford are mutually exclusive explanations of the automobile. They are complementary explanations. One explains how it works, the other why it exists. To think that as the reach of our instruments increases, the greatness of God the Creator somehow diminished is to make the mistake of confusing mechanism with agency. When Newton discovered the law of gravity, he didn't say, now I know how the universe works, I don't need God. No, his wonder at how it was done increased his admiration for the Creator who'd done it that way. And Newton wrote the most famous scientific treatise of all time, the Principia Mathematica, in the hope that it would persuade the thinking man to believe in a deity. Telescopes can show us the wonder of the night sky, but science didn't put the stars there, nor did the laws of biology and physics, ladies and gentlemen. They describe what is there, they don't put it there. Stephen Hawking says the usual approach of science of constructing a mathematical model cannot answer the question why there should be a universe for the model to describe. Wow. He then asks, why does the universe go to all the bother of existing? Does it need a creator? Yes, it does need a creator. Alan Sandage, widely regarded as one of the fathers of modern astronomy, discovered quasars, said, I find it quite improbable that such order came out of chaos. There has to be some organizing principle. God to me is a mystery, but is the explanation for the miracle of existence, why there is something rather than nothing. Einstein had the brilliant insight that the speed of light was an absolute constant. But what shall we say of the creative mind that said, let there be light, and there was light? To measure the speed of light is one thing, to create light is another. Far from science showing God is not great, as Christopher Hitchens suggests, the very opposite is the case. It was belief in God that motivated the advance of science in the 16th and 17th centuries. Galileo, Copernicus, Kepler, Newton expected to find law in nature because they believed in a great lawgiver. Now, so often we hear the new atheists talk about faith and deprecating it. But I want to tell you that scientists are all people of faith, as Einstein saw. They believe that the universe is accessible to the human mind. And physics cannot explain that for the simple reason that you can't do physics without believing that the universe is intelligible. So scientists required faith, and yet I read Christopher Hitchens saying, if one must have faith to believe in something, then the likelihood of that something having truth or value is considerably diminished. Pardon? Well, one must have faith that the universe is intelligible to do science. So I'm to deduce, am I, that the likelihood of science having truth or value is considerably diminished? Exit science then. And I presume that Christopher Hitchens, like most of the rest of us, believes in his own existence. Yes, am I to take it then that the likelihood he really does exist is considerably diminished? His statement is a self-refuting statement. And I find it ironical that the so-called new atheists are so passionate about ridding the world of faith that they appear to be blind to the fact that they themselves are driven by faith. Wow. They believe that their minds can grasp truth. They believe in science. They believe that God is not great. Yet Mr. Hitchens informs us in a classic oxymoron, our principles are not a faith. Our beliefs are not a belief. The mind boggles, ladies and gentlemen. That is not the only irony, for the new atheists offer no ground for the faith that they themselves cannot do without. After all, if human life has been cobbled together by mindless, unguided processes, why should we trust our cognitive faculties and the validity of any belief that they produce, atheism and science included? John Gray gets it exactly right. Modern humanism is the faith that through science, humankind can know the truth and so be free. But if Darwin's theory of natural selection is true, this is impossible. The human mind serves evolutionary success, not truth. Well, this reduces all rationality to zero. And far from atheism being great, it seems to me that it is irrational, anti-scientific, and incoherent, even though emotionally its proponents seem unable to take this on board. Now, as the early pioneers of science saw, the rational justification of science is provided by the existence of the Creator, who created not only the universe, but the human mind that studies it. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. All things were made by him. That makes perfect sense to me as a mathematician. Science is important, but it has its limitations. It cannot answer the questions of a child. What are we here for? What is the meaning of life? Nor can it tell us whether literature or art is good or bad. Hence, an atheism that insists that science is the only way to truth diminishes human beings. This is very obvious to many of my Russian friends. We thought we could abolish God and retain a value for human beings, but we found we couldn't. Do away with the greatness of God, ladies and gentlemen, and you can do away with the nobility of human beings endowed with all the potential of hearts and minds made in God's image. You also do away with their freedom. You are left with a mindless, unguided process that somehow threw humans up in its endless lottery to exist without ultimate hope for a tiny moment, only to be crushed by the same blind forces that produced them. Some freedom that. And what about God? Is he really the despot they make him out to be? No, there's yet more to his greatness. God is not only the great creator and judge, he's a God of grace and love. And the central claim of Christianity is this: that as an expression of his love, God himself became human. The Word became flesh. Christ shows us as none other the greatness of God. He made unique claims to be the truth, to be the Son of God, and backed them up by a life and teaching without parallel. But his moral teaching was not his main message. His stated mission was to deal with the moral chasm that separates us humans from God by taking our sins on himself. Ladies and gentlemen, we scientists cannot even tell you what energy is. So don't be surprised if I cannot completely explain to you the deepest mystery of our universe's history, the death and resurrection of Jesus. Yet just as we see the effect of and use energy without completely understanding it, what I do observe is the transformation, the peace, the hope that comes into the lives of ordinary men and women who learn to place their faith, their confidence, their trust in Christ as Savior and God. I see in them and experience in myself a transcendent sense of purpose that atheism does not have, and a hope that atheism does not know. It is here, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the greatness of God is supremely manifest. Thank you.
Wow. I'll clap along with that. The real question beneath the question of does God exist is God good? Is God great? Is God worthy of worship? Is God knowable in any meaningful way? And I love this debate because it gets down to that level, which is really that is the question beneath the question. And I get it, because when you look exactly like Christopher Hitchens was saying at the start of this conversation, the world is full of blood and horror, and so is history, and so is biology. And whether you believe that the earth is this age or that age, no matter how you slice it, we are surrounded by horror. There's no doubt about it. That is a fact. And it is difficult to make sense of a good God in a world that is filled with evil. It is difficult, but it's not unanswerable. And I think that John Lennox in this begins to pull back some of the layers. I also wanted to say this for those who have had personal negative experiences, probably by Christian people, probably in the church. The point that Lennox made in this debate on that note as well is so important, which is that we so often judge God based on the actions of people. And it is true, the people of God have pervasively and consistently fallen short of the glory of God since the very first human was created. This is just a reality. And so when you talk about church abuse or religious trauma, or you look at things that have been done by Christian people, even throughout history, that are negative and that are evil, the only thing that can be said is yes, Christians Christians are no different than anybody else in the sense that we're all sinners, that we've all fallen short. And that's literally the point. The point is literally that people are evil, including Christian people. And that's why we all need Jesus. And so I'm rambling on too long in this video. I clearly cannot articulate myself as well as John Lennox, but I just did want to add that personal note that if you listen to what Lennox is saying there, and if you're seeing that the fact that atheism cannot stand on its own 2 feet, that like William Butler Yeats said in his famous poem, the center cannot hold. The center of atheism cannot hold. It literally crumbles on itself when its own logic is applied to itself. But this is more than just a debate. This is not just about winning an argument. This is about, is God good? I just want you guys to consider that. Yes, we're in the pains of childbirth. Yes, it's hard to look at evil and to square that against a loving God. I totally get it. I've wrestled that wrestling match myself for a long time, but I want you to consider that analogy of childbirth and of the joy and the goodness and the life that it brings, because that is what God is doing. He's making all things new. That's his promise to us, that he is going to make all things new. And his hope and his salvation is literally made available to everyone. The Bible says that Christ died for all so that all might live. So if you're hearing this, and if you are looking for hope, if you have tasted of the hopelessness and the nihilism that is within atheism, Jesus loves you. Jesus died for you. Jesus is the real deal. I've looked and I've found, and there's no one like Jesus. Direct message me or email me at mining.
Something strange that only the Bible can explain is happening in the river Euphrates. Think about where you stand right now. Consider the very ground beneath your feet. Now dive deeper in your mind and think about what lies at the very core of this earth we call home. You see, the Bible, God's own word, gives us hints. It gives us glimpses of mysterious happenings at the center of the earth. Now, let me tell you folks, it ain't all sunshine and rainbows down there. No, sir. There are strange, yes, very strange things the good book says about the belly of this world. In the pages of the book of Revelation, the Apostle John talks about a bottomless pit. The imagery, my friends, is haunting. It's as if there is a whole realm, a cavernous void right beneath our feet, where things of the spirit world are confined. There are spirit beings, demonic armies bound in the bottomless pit. These are demonic beings bound in chains, waiting for a moment. The scripture foretells of the time when the boundaries that God has put in place, that thin veil between our world and theirs, will be torn apart. And when that happens, oh dear ones, these demonic entities, once confined, will flood into our world. They'll be set loose, unrestrained. There is a massive problem with a lot of modern day preaching. Many pastors want to make everything black and white and cut and dry, so they avoid big topics such as these. Some ministers even preach against the fact that there is a real spirit world. But people of God, there is a real spirit world far bigger than you and I could ever imagine. A real spirit world with beings far greater and more intelligent than you and I. Within this universe you live in, there are forces at play far beyond you and I. Now, this spirit realm, it's vast, incomprehensibly vast, populated with beings that possess wisdom and power that would make the mightiest among us look feeble. Can you grasp the vastness of our universe? Can you fathom its depth? Friends, our time on this earth is but a blip, a fleeting moment. Most of us will barely touch 100 years on this earth. What is 100 years in the timeline of eternity? We think we know so much, but in reality, our knowledge is limited. Consider this. We've explored less than 5% of our own oceans. Less than 5%. Yes, you heard that correct. Less than 5%. The vast, deep blue sea on our planet remains a mystery. And when you gaze up at the sky, ponder on this. Humanity has only set foot on Earth and our moon. That's not even a fraction of the vast expanse of space. Only Earth and the moon have been visited by humans, so less than 0.1% of space has been explored. If we know so little about our physical world, how much more mysterious is the spirit realm? A realm that transcends our tangible reality. There are things in the scripture, deep things, things that make you scratch your head, especially when it talks about the depths of this earth. We might think we've achieved the pinnacle of understanding, but folks, we're just scratching the surface. We're like toddlers trying to understand the mechanics of a jet engine. Human pride deceives us into thinking we've got it all figured out, but in God's grand tapestry, our knowledge is but a thread. So, before we stand tall, thinking we have all the answers, let's humble ourselves and recognize how little we truly understand about God's magnificent creation, both seen and unseen. Isaiah 55 verses 8 and 9. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. The spirit world, ladies and gentlemen, is far bigger than the human mind. Far, far bigger than the human mind. And this Bible tells us that there is a real spirit world. We need to stop attempting to simplify things for the human mind. The Bible tells us there are some strange things under our feet. Revelations 9 verses 1 through 3. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fell from heaven onto earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. However, we're not going to focus on the bottomless pit today and the great army that comes forth from the bottomless pit. We're going to focus on the river Euphrates. Revelation 9, verses 13 through 15. Then the sixth angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the four horns of the golden altar, which is before God, saying to the sixth angel, who had the trumpet, release the four angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates. So the four angels, who had been prepared for the hour and day and month and year, were released to kill a third of mankind. The release of the four angels at the great river Euphrates marks a turning point in the book of Revelations. The first four trumpets were a warning, a call to repentance, and an invitation to turn to God. But the fifth and sixth trumpets were more severe, and their judgments are directed specifically against those who refuse to repent. In the first woe, mankind is not killed, but rather tormented by demonic locusts and their leader, Apollyon, the destroyer. No one dies during this time. However, during the Second War, a powerful army is unleashed to kill a third of mankind. According to the scripture, when the sixth trumpet sounds, 4 angels who had been bound at the great river Euphrates are released. These angels were specifically prepared for this significant event. Although we do not know who prepared them, they were bound for this particular hour and for a divine purpose. While it is uncertain whether these angels are considered bad, it is likely that they are evil angels. I personally believe they are the evil angels because no holy angel would be bound.
Is now celebrated and applauded. Satan is paraded around, sometimes under the guise of freedom or personal expression, encouraging people to indulge in activities that are contrary to God's design for our lives. The worship of demons mentioned in Revelation reminds us of the spiritual battle at hand. Satan seeks to deceive and draw people away from God's truth, enticing them to worship anything other than the one true God. This can manifest in various ways, such as idolizing material possessions, fame, power, or even engaging in occult practices that invite demonic influence. As followers of Christ, it is crucial to be vigilant and discerning. We must be aware of the subtle lies and influences of the enemy in our surroundings. Our world may be walking in a direction that embraces and normalizes the worship of demons, but as believers, we are called to stand firm in our faith and to be a light in the midst of darkness. Our task is to live according to God's word, sharing the truth and love of Christ with those around us. We must not conform to the patterns of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of our minds. Romans chapter 12, verse 2. Through prayer,